Karthik, just take the attendance and mark the attendance in LMS as well as in Google Sheet.
Yeah, Deepak,
All
I
right.
have shared the
Yeah,
screen. If
yeah.
it is visible, please.
All right. But now you can say Saisu, Sharanya, and Vivek. Guys, you also need to download it and you need to follow the same steps that I'm explaining now, right? Now, Devesh, do one thing, whatever this batch store machine that you have downloaded, it's a zipped file, extract it. Hmm. Extract it, huh? Don't just open it, extract it first. Otherwise,
What?
it will not be working. Click on extract all. All right. Now you'll be getting a folder with the same name that is batch store once it will be extracted. All right. Now click on that folder, batch store folder that is created. It's on the very top, first folder.
This one?
First folder, batch store. First
Uh,
folder.
1 second.
I'm able to see it. It's on the top, right? The
Yeah, this.
first, yeah, first folder. Yeah, open it.
Yep. Are you able to see it, Deepak?
No, no.
No.
I'm just seeing that particular, you can say screen.
1 second. I'll just. Uh, I'll give you the control. That would be easy. 1 second. Yeah. So you
So
have the
guys, actually the screen is stuck. I'm not able to see anything. It's black, complete black. So
Okay.
guys, you need to do what? Let me explain it once again. You need to download batch store machine that I have shared. All right. After downloading it, it will be a zipped file. You have to extract it. Once you will be extracting it, all right, you will be getting this particular you can say files. Now, Devendra, can you see fourth file from the top?
Fourth file 3 KB.
Yeah, that is 3 KB and the name is VMware Virtual Machine Configuration file. So guys, you need to do what? You need to open this file. Open means you need to double click on this file. The icon is 3 pages overlapping each other. All right. Double click on it, Devendra, and your machine will be automatically uploaded into your VMware. Uploaded into your VMware automatically.
So it has come as Copatrix. So should I power it on?
Yeah. Power it on. Along with that, power your Kali Linux, and you will be able to, you can say, do it fine, right? You'll be able to perform the practicals.
If
But
you don't know answer, I copied it. I copied it, right?
yeah, I copied it, I moved it. Both will be working fine. So Sharanya and you can say Saisu and Vivek. I hope you guys have downloaded the machine which I have shared yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
No.
Yes, sir.
Just perform the same step. All right. Perform the same steps to install the machines into your VMware. And later on the afternoon, you guys have to perform the practical also, right? Based on that, you will be allocated marks. Now, yesterday we discussed about WASP top 10 guys. Yesterday we discussed about the practical side of the modules, that is session hijacking, hacking web servers, hacking web applications, and skill injection. Today we'll be first completing the theory, and then we'll be moving to the rest of the topics. That is, we have cloud computing, we have IoT devices, we have mobile hacking, we have hacking wireless network, and cryptography. So these are the things that we'll be discussing. So before starting, let me just go and cover the theoretical part of those modules. My screen is visible to everyone.
Yes.
All right. So we have the topic, guys, that is session hijacking. Let me just quickly go ahead. What is session hijacking, guys? Can anyone let me know what is session hijacking? What do you mean by session hijacking? Any idea?
Taking control of the session between the client and the server, or
Correct. Correct. See, it refers to an attack when an attacker takes over a valid TCP communication session between two computers, all right? Let's suppose Sharanya and Devinder are talking, all right, are communicating with each other. Vivek came in between and he takes over the session, all right, either of Sharanya or Devinder. That is known as session hijacking, all right? So, when you will be overtaking a valid TCP communication session between two computers, that is known as session hijacking. Okay. Now talking about types of session hijacking, guys, we have two types. That is known as active session hijacking, and we have passive session hijacking. All right. Now, what is active session hijacking? In active session hijacking, you will be finding an active session between two computers and you will take over it. In passive session hijacking, you'll be doing what? Remember, I took the access of Windows XP machine, and what I was doing is I was watching all the activities of the user, right? But I was not able to do anything from my end. Remember, that was passive session hijacking, right? I will be hijacking the session of the user, and I'll be sitting back and relax, and I'll watch and record all the traffic that is being sent back and forth from that machine. That is passive session hijacking, all right? Now, depending upon that, we have two type of session hijacking further, that is known as, based on your OSI model, we have application level session hijacking and we have network level session hijacking, all right? Now, talking about application level, guys, we'll be discussing about them later. But before that, what is the process? How you will be performing session hijacking? So for performing session hijacking, guys, we have a term that is known as session ID. Can anyone define what a session ID? See, whenever you will be opening any session, let's suppose you want to open your Facebook account, all right? So what happens at that time is you are the user, all right? This is your web application, and this is your Facebook server. So you will be doing what? You will be logging into your web application, that is Facebook application. That application will be communicating, or you can say you will be logging to your browser. In your browser, you'll be opening Facebook, and that browser will be doing what? It will be taking you to the Facebook server. That server will be asking for the credentials. So you will be providing the credentials. And as soon as credentials match the database of that particular server, you will be allowed to log in. Now, guys, whenever you will be allowed to log in, a new session ID will be created. All right. So a session ID is unique for every session that is being created by the server via browser. In older times, all right, nowadays session IDs are dynamic. All right, right now it will be something else. Then again, after 5 minutes, you will be logging in. You will not be having the same session ID, all right, from the same series. But previous to that, session ID used to have, you can say, they were static. It means that if you have logged in right now in Facebook, your session ID will be 11221. Let's suppose. Next time you will be opening Facebook account, your ID will be 12222. So it was easy for the attackers to guess it. And depending upon that, they perform session hijacking. So nowadays, all right, actually the process of session hijacking includes guys, that is, we have stealing, we have guessing, and we have brute forcing. So out of these two, three processes, two things are of no use. Guessing is not possible because nowadays session IDs are dynamic. You cannot guess it. All right. Brute forcing is again very difficult because you'll be trying different IDs until you get succeeded. All right. Third thing is stealing. Now, how you steal, guys? So in this scenario, I told, let's suppose you are a user, you got a session ID, all right, from the server via browser. Now, let's suppose your session ID is over here. It will be saved in form of cookies. So you will be doing what? You'll be performing any of the attacks, all right? Let's suppose you perform cross-site scripting attack. So you are an attacker. So you will be doing what, guys? You will be, as an attacker, stealing this cookie, all right, and you will be able to perform session hijacking, because in cookies you will be having authenticated credentials of the user, including session ID. So you can get that session ID and you can do what? You can take over that particular session. Am I clear? This is how attackers are doing their job right now. They are stealing the session ID. Now, talking about your application level session hijacking and network level session hijacking, guys, network level session hijacking is done using, you can say, what is it first of all? So it can be defined as the interception of the packets during transmission between client and server in a TCP and UDP session. So network level session hijacking is generally performed using your Wireshark, using your Colasoft, using your TCP dump tool, right? These are the tools using which you'll be performing network level session hijacking. Talking about application level session hijacking, guys, it is about gaining control over HTTPS user session by obtaining session ID. So if you have to perform application level session hijacking, you have to take the access of session ID. Am I clear? Now, can anyone tell me what is the difference between spoofing and hijacking? What is the difference, guys? Spoofing and hijacking. What is the difference? We discuss spoofing, we discuss hijacking, right?
Level of control.
Level of control, all right. Okay.
In spoofing, you are just trying to impersonate someone. You may
Yes.
or
Pretend to be a legitimate
trying to
user.
gain control.
Yeah.
In hijacking, you are in complete control of the flow of the information, the packets.
Correct. See, in spoofing, as you all know, you try to impersonate someone else, right? So in spoofing, attacker pretends to be another user to gain the access. Whereas in hijacking, you will be taking over an existing active session between two computers. In spoofing, guys, whenever you will try to spoof, you will initiate a new session using victim stolen credentials. Let's suppose I stole Devendra's credentials over here. So what I'll be doing? I will be initiating a new session, right, with those credentials. But in case of hijacking, I will be relying on the authentication method of the legitimate users. Let's suppose Devendra and Vivek over here are communicating with each other, all right? They have authenticated each other, they are legitimate users. So I will be doing what? I'll be relying on the legitimate users to make connection and authenticate each other. And then I'll be doing what? I'll be overtaking the session. In hijacking, I don't need to initiate a new session. I don't need to spoof your credentials. That is the difference between spoofing and hijacking. Now, talking about application level session hijacking types, we have following types of application level session hijacking, guys. I'm writing it over here. We have application level session hijacking. So we will be having what we have: session sniffing. We all have done the practical on sniffing, correct? Correct. We did the practical on session sniffing, right? Then we have done man in the middle attack also. Remember? Yes or no? We did the practical on man in the middle, right? Then we have another one, that is man in the browser. Man in the browser means, guys, that I will be installing a Trojan into your system. And that Trojan will be doing what? It will be allowing me to take the access of your system. And by that access, either I can sniff the activities, I can do what? I can spy the activities that the user is performing. And also I can, you can say, steal the credentials. That is man in the browser. Apart from that, we have XSS. XSS stands for cross-site scripting. We have CSRF, which stands for cross-site request forgery. Then we have another one, that is session replay attack. So I guess most of the attacks we have already done, right? One attack that is new to us is session replay attack. We did CSRF yesterday. Remember, guys? Yes or no? Yes or
Yes.
no? We did XSS also, we did man in the middle attack also, we also perform sniffing, right? So over here we have session replay attack. What is session replay attack, guys? Can anyone tell me? What is session replay attack? What is session replay attack? Any idea what is session replay attack?
It's like man in the middle attack.
Somewhat yes. You will be man in the middle, correct? But you will not be forcing the other system to use your default gateway. In session replay attack, let's suppose these are two computers, computer A and computer B. Okay. They both computers are communicating with each other. Now, guys, before communication takes place, TCP three-way handshake occurs, right? They authenticate each other. So what they will be doing is computer A will be sending an authentication token to computer B, and computer B will be sending an authentication token to computer A. All right. Now, as an attacker, what you'll be doing is, as an attacker, you'll be coming in between. All right. I'm writing it as H as hacker. This hacker will be coming in between. He will be doing what? He'll be just stealing these tokens. These authentication tokens he will be stealing. All right. And then what he'll be doing is he'll wait. He'll wait for both the computers to finish their communication. All right. Once the communication between A and B is completed, all right, he is not forcing that communication to stop. They are stopping by themselves. So he will be waiting for the communication to be stopped between the two devices, that's the computer A and B. And once the communication is stopped, using the authentication token, this hacker will be sending a packet to this server. Now the server will be checking the authentication token, and since this token is being provided by the server itself, it will be thinking that, oh, computer A again wants to communicate. And what it will be doing is, guys, it will be start communicating with hacker, thinking that it's computer A. This particular kind of attack is known as session replay attack. Using this attack, the attacker gains unauthorized access to the server. Am I clear to everyone? Am I clear to everyone, guys?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is again a very dangerous attack. Now, this is what is given in your syllabus, guys. Apart from that, in your session hijacking topic, they have also explained a very important topic, that is IPsec protocol. Now, what is IPsec, guys? IPsec stands for Internet Protocol Security. Now, in your module, if you'll be going through the module, you will be getting only 2 or 3 lines depending upon this protocol. But in real world scenario, it's a very, very important protocol. So what we'll be doing is we'll be going into the depth of this protocol and we'll be discussing what is IPsec, what are the modes of operations, how it works, everything. All right. So IPsec stands for Internet Protocol Security. Now, why it is used, guys? The reason of the usage of IPsec is in your IPv4 addressing. All right. In your IPv4 addressing, you don't have the mechanism of authentication. You don't have the mechanism of, you can say, encryption. So anyone can spoof the packets, anyone can decrypt the packets, all right? So to mitigate that problem, IPsec came into existence. So what I have done over here, guys, is I have created, all right, I have created IPsec, you can say presentation. So we will be going through that presentation and using that PPT, I will be explaining you complete IPsec. So what is IPsec, guys? I will be sharing this also with you guys, don't worry. So what is IPsec? IPsec stands for Internet Protocol Security, and it is a secure network protocol that authenticates and encrypts the packets of data sent over the network. All right. Now, what are the objectives? Why it is used? So objectives of IPsec includes it maintains confidentiality, it maintains integrity, it provides authentication. Authentication means that you will be having a guarantee that the packet is coming from a genuine source, and you will be having replayed attack protection. And that means that you will be having the protection against session replay attacks. So if you are using IPsec, session replay attacks are not possible. So these are what? These are the objectives. Now talking about IPsec architecture, guys, this is the architecture and we will be discussing about each and every topic right now. So talking about IPsec architecture, it consists of IKE, that is known as Internet Exchange Key. We have IPsec security policies, that what kind of data will be requiring what kind of security, and we'll be discussing about ESP, which stand for encapsulating security payload and authentication header. This is the architecture. Don't take the screenshot. I'll be sharing the whole PPT with you guys. Don't worry. Okay. Now talking about the first thing, that is IPsec security policy. Now what is policy, guys? Policy defines that what kind of protection is required for what kind of data and how it should be secured. All right. So there are three type of security policies, that is server, client, and secure server. So talking about the first one, that is server, that first one, that is request security, and second one, that is client respond only. So what happened in these two cases, guys? So in these two cases, let's suppose this is your server, all right? This is your server. Now there are four computers that want data from this server: computer 1, computer 2, computer 3, and computer 4. I'm explaining first two security policies, all right? That is client side and server side. So over here, this is computer 1, this is computer 2, this is computer 3, and this is computer 4. Now, guys, what happens over here is computer 1 and computer 2 are asking the data from the server, and they are asking it that give us the data normally. We don't want secure data. Just share the data, that's more than enough. But over here, computer 2 and computer 3 are saying that give us the data and should be encrypted, it should be secure. Security should be maintained. So in these two kind of scenarios, that is your server request security and client respond only, what will happen is server will be providing the data, all right? It will be providing the data to computer 1, computer 2, computer 3, computer 4, all right? To all the computers, it will be providing the data as per their requirements. To computer 1 and computer 4, it will be sending the normal data without any security. But to computer 2 and computer 3, it will be providing the data that is secure, in which CIA triad is maintained. This is first two policies. Am I clear? Now, third policy is secure server. That is that required security. So again, the same scenario, guys, what will happen is there are four computers. Computer 1 and computer 4 wants the data that should be not encrypted. They want it in plain text. Whereas computer 3 and computer 4 are asking for the data that should be secured, all right? So what will happen in this case is, in this case, the server will not be providing any data to computer 1 and computer 2, whereas the data will be provided only to computer 2 and computer 3. So this is what, guys, this is your third type of security policy, that is secure server. All right. So security policy defines that what protection is needed at IP layer and how the data will be protected. Depending upon this, we have IKE, Internet Key Exchange. And in IKE, we have two types of phases. We have main mode, that is also known as aggressive mode, which is also known as management phase. And we have second phase, that is known as quick mode, that is also known as data transfer mode. But before learning this IKE, first of all, let's discuss about modes of operation of IPsec. Now, guys, you all are doing work from home nowadays, right? Or you are visiting the organization. Work from home?
Yes.
Work from home, right? So over here, if you are doing work from home, tell me which mode you are using. Are you using transport mode or you are using tunnel mode? Which type of mode you are using, guys? For sending, for communicating with your organization. Is it transport mode or is it tunnel mode?
Most likely tunnel.
Okay. Transport mode is known as end to end in security. All right, it provides end-to-end security, whereas your tunnel mode provides side-to-side security. I will be explaining it to you now. Now, guys, what is transport? In transport mode, this is you as a user. All right, you are sitting at your home. This is internet in between, and you are doing what you are using this internet to communicate with your organization. This is your organization, all right? This is your organization, and these are the resources of the organization. Let's suppose. To this organization has implemented a VPN server. And by implementing this VPN server, they have also implemented VPN applications into your computer. Am I correct or wrong? You all are having VPN applications in your computer, right? Through which you
Yes, sir.
connect to your resources. Now you will be doing what, guys? You will be logging to your VPN application by your employee ID and you can say passcode. As soon as you'll be putting those credentials, that particular request will be going through the internet and will be received by this VPN server. Now this VPN server will be checking, all right? This VPN server will be checking that whether the credentials are correct or not. Now, if the credentials are not correct, all right, if the credentials are not correct, then what will happen? Your connection will be dropped right away. All right, your connection will be dropped right away. But if the connections are okay, okay, if the connections are okay, then you will be allowed to go and access the resources of your organization. So when you are performing work from home type of operations, you are using transport mode. Why? Because it's providing end-to-end security. You are encrypting the data at your computer end and it is getting decrypted at the resource end. Am I clear? That's why you are using transport. Is it clear to everyone? Is it clear to everyone, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. Now talking about tunnel mode, guys. If you want to take the screenshot, please take. Okay. Now we have another mode that is known as tunnel mode, guys. Now what is tunnel mode? In tunnel mode, what happens is it is also known as side-to-side security. Let's suppose you are having an organization which is having a branch office in India, all right, and headquarters somewhere in US. Let's suppose. Let me draw it somewhat like this. This is your branch office, and this is what? This is your headquarters, right? Branch office is in India. I'm writing BOI, branch office India, and I'm writing HQ US. Headquarter is in US, right? Now, guys, these two, you can say organizations, they are far apart, right? They want to send data back and forth multiple times in a day, correct? Now, one way of sending the data from branch office to headquarter and from headquarter to India is by laying down the lease lines. All right. They will be doing what? They're laying down the lease lines from US to India, but it will be very costly, right? It will be very costly. So what the security guys had decided, they decided that they will be using the normal internet connection. They will be using the normal internet connection, but they will be using it in a very secured manner. All right. So what they will be doing is they will be using tunnel mode. So the router at the branch office, all right, and router at the headquarter, all right. This is router one. Router are always specified like this. So this is router one and this is router two. All right. So both these routers will be doing what? They will be creating a secure tunnel between them. So router one at branch office will be doing what? It will be laying down the specification that for confidentiality, let's suppose we'll be using AES. All right. We'll be using AES or we'll be using RSA or DA. Let's suppose. For integrity, let's use MD5 or we can use SHA 256. For authentication, we will be using either PSK or RSA algorithm. And for key exchange, we'll be using Diffie-Hellman. These are the configuration that will be laid down by router 1 and they will be sent to router 2. Now router 2 will be checking its own configuration and then they both will be coming to a mutual, you can say, platform, and they'll be deciding that, okay, for confidentiality, let's use AES. For integrity, let's use, you can say, SHA-256. For authentication, let's use PSK. And for, you can say, key exchange, let's use Diffie-Hellman. Now both are on the same platform. Using these, you can say, configuration, guys, a tunnel will be created between router 1 and router 2. All right. That tunnel is secured by the configurations that has been decided between router 1 and router 2. Once this tunnel is created, guys, then the data from, you can say, branch office using this tunnel will be transferred to headquarter, and from headquarter using this tunnel will be transferred to the branch office. Once the data transfer is over, this tunnel will be terminated. Am I clear to everyone? Am I clear to everyone, guys? Am I clear? Yes, no, maybe. So
Yes,
this
sir.
is your tunnel mode, guys. Why it is called site-to-site security? Because this is site 1 and this is site 2. And they are laying down a tunnel between them, all right, to transfer the data back and forth. This is known as your tunnel mode. Ike that we were going to discuss, guys, it's based on this site-to-site security itself. The first phase is when they are initiating the tunnel between them. That is known as management phase or aggressive mode. All right. Once the tunnel is created, then phase 2 starts. That is known as data transfer mode. First phase is main mode or aggressive mode or management phase where your tunnel will be created. Second mode is quick mode or transport mode where your data will be transferred. Am I clear to everyone, guys? Now I will be showing it to you, all right, using a diagram. It's phase 1, guys. As I told you, router 1 and router 2 will be discussing that what kind of configuration they will be using to create a tunnel between them. All right. Once they have created the tunnel, phase 2 of you can say IKE starts. And using this tunnel, the data between them will be transferred. All right. Now, guys, once the data transfer is over, the tunnel is terminated. Clear to everyone? Clear to everyone, guys?
Yes, sir. It is clear.
All right. All right. Then we have next, guys, that is we'll be discussing about the headers. Now, authenticator header provides authentication of the origin of the packet, all right? It makes sure that the packet maintains the integrity and it is coming from the genuine source. Now, we have three types. One, that when you are not using any kind of IPsec protocol. Second, when you are using IPsec protocol using transport mode. And third, when you are using IPsec protocol using tunnel mode. So do you remember that OSI model that I explained, guys? Remember that OSI model that I explained?
Yes.
You remember, right? I told you at the transport layer, all right? At transport layer from the sender side, what happens? Let's suppose this is your, okay, let me write it over here. Let's suppose this is the message you want to send, right? Hi all. So what will happen, guys? Segmentation will take place, right? In segmentation, this packet will be divided into smaller pieces. So the first payload will be H, correct? With this H, what happens is with this H, your TCP or UDP header will be added. Remember? Your TCP or UDP header will be added, and then it will be going to the network layer. Network layer will be adding its own headers, that is source IP, destination IP. So over here, guys, this is the normal packet, right? Where your TCP and your network headers are getting added, right? This is what is shown over here. When you are not using any kind of security, this is the normal packet, the first one. Second is when you are using transport mode. So when you are using transport mode, guys, all right, whenever you are using transport mode, this particular, you can say, payload will be attached with TCP header. Then your authentication header will be added of IPsec protocol, and then your network headers will be added. Am I clear? This is what happens when you are using transport mode. All right. Before your network layer headers, your IPsec header will be added. But in case of tunnel mode, what will happen is, in case of tunnel mode, guys, you can see you will be having the normal IP header. After that, your authentication header will be added, and after that, this new IP header will be added. What is this new IP header? Can anyone tell me? What is this new IP header?
Is it destination also?
Yeah,
Like source and destination both?
it's see what
Routers.
actually happens. See what actually happens, guys. It's not like there are only two routers between branch office and headquarter, right? We are having several routers in between, right? We are having several routers. Now, since the tunnel is created between router 1 and router 2, now what actually happens in routers is they follow, you can say, a protocol that is open shortest path first, right? OPSP protocol. It means if I'm sending the packet from branch office to this headquarter without any security, without, you can say, defining anything, this router will be checking that which will be the shortest path to reach this headquarter. So it can be going through, or you can say, like this. But in that case, your security is not guaranteed, right? Your security is guaranteed when the packet will be following the tunnel that has been created between router 1 and router 2. So the new IP header that is mentioned over here is the IP headers of router 1 and router 2. Then only the packet will be traveling through the tunnel. Am I clear now? Make sense? So this is the new IP header that you will be adding in tunnel. Similarly, in your, you can say, encapsulating security payload, again, the same thing. In your original packet, you'll not be having any IPsec packet, all right, header. In your transport mode, again, the IPsec header will be coming before your IP header, and your tunnel mode, IPsec header will be coming after the IP header, and after that, new IP header will be added. So this is your encapsulating payload, guys. It provides what? It provides authentication, it provides integrity, and it provides confidentiality to the packet. That is missing with your IPv4 addressing mechanism. Then we have next, that is IPsec mode of operations. So we have two modes of operations, guys. We have transport mode and we have tunnel mode. As I told you, tunnel mode is also known as site to site security, and transport mode provides end-to-end encryption. So this is your IP modes of operation. And if I will be showing you that overall picture. So overall picture of your tunnel and transport mode is, this is without IPsec, the normal you can say packet. This is your transport mode. The IPsec header is coming before IP header, and internal mode IPsec header is coming after IP header, and a new IP header is added. New IP header is what? It's the IP address of the routers between which the tunnel is created. Am I clear? Am I clear to everyone, guys?
Yes, sir.
All
Sir, in
right.
site-to-site connection, do we need to have a both the public IP addresses or it's a private IP address, sir? No IP address.
In what?
In site-to-site connection, both sides need to have a public IP.
Yeah, they will be having router, right?
Yes.
You are on different domain. I'm on different network. So obviously you will be having the public IPs of the router. That's why this is new IP header. The IP address of the routers, these routers. What router do? They connect two different networks, right? This
Yes.
is your network in US. This is your network in India. So they are doing what? They are connecting two different networks. So we'll be requiring public IPs.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, guys, what happens over here is, this is the document that I'll be sharing. I guess I have already uploaded it. If you'll be checking the drive, the link of the drive which I have shared, you'll be seeing that I have already uploaded it. If I have not uploaded, I'll be uploading it. Don't worry. Okay, I'll be uploading.
There,
It's there, right?
it's already available.
Yeah, so you can go through it for your revision purpose also, guys. It's very important. And for your further interview purposes also, it's very important. Even in exam also, they will be asking. So make sure that you understand this particular topic, that is IPsec, all right, truly for your exam. Now, this is what we have to discuss in this particular module, that is session hijacking. So please take the screenshot if you want, guys. Then we'll be discussing about hacking web servers and web application, and then we'll be starting the new module of a course. Now, those who have not joined the session today, guys, they are missing a lot of things today. Why? Because today I will be explaining how to hack a Wi-Fi network, how you can hack your neighbor's Wi-Fi and you can utilize it without letting him know. You can use your neighbor's Wi-Fi, guys, easily. And he'll never get to know that actually you are using his Wi-Fi. So today I'm going to demonstrate that practical also. So please take the screenshot. This is done. Let's go ahead. This is also taken. Please take the screenshot. Done, guys? All right. Now we'll be discussing about the next topic, that is hacking web applications and web servers, right? So we are discussing about web application. Now, what is a server, guys? How you'll be defining a server?
Server is a computer which handles the host traffic or the requests of a host.
All right.
Or rather,
So
you can say where we are hosting any of
the
our
website.
services.
Correct. A server is a program that hosts the website, right? And guys, mostly attackers do what? They target the software vulnerabilities and configuration errors to compromise web servers. So hacking web servers and web applications over here. All right, what are the impacts? If I will be compromising a web server, all right, so what are the impacts? Impacts of hacking web servers and web application includes, all right, that is, first of all, compromise of user accounts, right? I can compromise the account of the users. Second is I will perform website defacement. I can do what? I can perform secondary attacks, right? From websites that I have, you can say compromised, like cross-site scripting, cross-site request forgery. I can take the root access to other applications or services. I can do data theft or I can perform data tampering. These are what, guys, these are the impacts of web server and web application attacks. Now, what are the attacks that can be performed on web application and web servers, guys? Attacks includes you can perform DOS attack, you can perform DDoS attack, you can perform, you can say server hijacking, can perform, you can say man in the middle attack, you can perform phishing attack, you can perform, you can say apart from phishing attack, you can perform, you can say website defacement, that is cross-site scripting, you can perform CSRF, or can I write OWASP top 10 over here in one word? Can I write OWASP top 10, guys? Because we have performed all the practicals, right?
Yes,
And
sir.
we have seen that using OWASP top 10, we can hack the web servers and web application. This is what we did yesterday also, right? So these are the attacks that can be done on web servers and web applications. Now talking about the attacking methodology is same guys. You will be gathering the information that is footprinting. You will be scanning them to get the services that are running. Likewise, we did for batch store. We get to know that port for 80 and 443 were open, and then we initiated an attack, right? Then we have a term that is known as website mirroring. Now, it is a concept that is used with your web servers attack methodology. Website mirroring is being done using a tool, guys, that is HT-Track. It's a practical that is given in your labs also. All right. So HT-Track is a tool using which you can mirror the whole website. What is the benefit, guys? Even if the website will be down, all right, and you have already mirrored it, then all the functions will be available, and you can say perform your attack. It means you can look for the vulnerabilities and other things. That is HT-Track. But performing a website mirroring on live website is illegal. Again, it's illegal. So I'm doing what I'm telling you, a website name that is i2t2.com. You can, this is a dummy website. So try to, if you want to mirror any website, go through i2t2.com and mirror it. This HT-Track tool is available open source. You can download it and you can use it. That is mirroring the website. After that, you will be finding the vulnerabilities, you'll be exploiting the vulnerabilities, and you'll be taking the access of that web servers and web applications. Along with this, in your syllabus, they have done what? They have given the tool name that is Metasploit framework. Now, guys, they have explained Metasploit framework here. In 14th module, they have given Metasploit framework. But where we have discussed Metasploit framework, in which module we have discussed it already? In the third module, right? When I explained you enumeration. So anyone having any difficulty with Metasploit framework?
No.
It's clear to everyone, right? Along with that, I have also uploaded the book, guys, for Metasploit. You can say you can go through that book. If not, I will be uploading it. Go through that book and you will be learning much more things related to Metasploit. Apart from that, guys, what are the countermeasures? Countermeasures includes that always close unnecessary ports and services, update your servers, patch them regularly with latest patches. All right. Do not allow unauthorized access. All right. Don't use default passwords. Don't use, you can say, insecure misconfigurations. So these are the things that you should be using to, you can say, counter as a countermeasures to prevent you can say any kind of attacks to your web servers and web applications. Okay. So this is related to your web application, web servers and web application. The reason I showed was forked and practical is the same, guys. Now, if I'm saying cross-site scripting, you are having a clear idea in your mind what is cross-site scripting, how it's done. If I'm saying cross-site request forgery, now you are having a clear idea in your mind that how it's done, right? So this is the reason I explained the practical first, so that while discussing the theory, you will not be having any confusion. So this is what we have to discuss in the module, that is hacking web servers and web applications. So please take the screenshot, guys, and then we'll be starting the next module. That is, we are having the modules now, that is hacking wireless networks, hacking mobile platforms, IoT devices hacking. We have cloud computing and we have cryptography. We will be doing what? We will be doing your, you can say, hacking wireless network last, because in that we will be having the practical. So I will be covering hacking wireless network last. So right now we'll be doing what? We'll be covering your IoT device hacking. All right. Then we'll be taking a break, and after the break, we'll be coming back and we'll be going for cloud computing and your mobile hacking. All right. So please, all of you, take the screenshot, guys. Done. Now we'll be discussing about the next topic, that is IoT devices. So let me remove it. Now what is IoT, guys?
Internet of Things.
It stands for Internet of Things. It is also known as Web of Connected Devices. Okay. In this module, we'll be discussing about IoT concepts. That what is IoT? Working of IoT. We'll be discussing about IoT attacks. We'll be discussing about IoT, you can say hacking tools. We'll be discussing about the countermeasures. So these are the things that we will be discussing about IoT. So talking about IoT, can anyone define what is IoT, guys? Internet of Things is okay, but what is it? How it works?
It is connecting the devices on the internet, like let's say refrigerator, your television, and other things which are connected over the internet. All the things connected over the internet which can be connected.
Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else who wants to add to the definition?
Utility devices which can be controlled remotely for being on internet.
Okay. Okay. Let me define it, guys. If you want to note down the definition, you can note it down. IoT refers to the network of devices with an IP address that have the capability of sensing, collecting, and sending data using embedded sensors, communication hardwares, and processors. So IoT devices will be having an IP address. It will be doing what? It will be having the capability that it can sense, it can collect, and it can send the data, all right, by embedded sensors and hardware. All right. So this device can be man-made or it can be implanted on natural or machine-made things. So IoT includes the following sectors, guys. IoT can be utilized in industrial sectors, industrial devices. It can be implemented into medical devices. It can be implemented into wearable devices, and it can be implemented into home devices. Wearable devices, you all know, you all are having what you are having your, you can say smartwatches. Healthcare, it can be implemented into your healthcare devices like your you can say CT scan machines and other machines. It can be implemented into industrial systems like HVAC, heating, ventilation, and air conditioners, and it can be implemented into home devices like Alexa. Okay, so this is your IoT. Let me mark it. This is your IoT, and this is your industrial devices. This is your healthcare device. This is your wearable devices. This is your home devices. The areas where you can implement IoT. Now, can anyone tell me the working of, you all are having Alexa, right? I guess all you are having Alexa at your home, right? So can anyone tell me that how your Alexa works? How it works, guys? Any idea? How your Alexa works?
Connected
This is
over the same LAN network and Bluetooth enabled.
okay. But how it works? Let me explain it, guys. Those who say that Alexa collects the data, whatever you speak at your home, it collects the data. It's true, guys. If your Alexa is always on and you are discussing something in your home with your family members, Alexa is listening, it's collecting the data, and it's transferring the data to the cloud, where the data is getting analyzed. It's converted into information and intelligence, and depending upon that, you get the ads. Have you ever, you can say, seen that you are discussing something in your home and you are having Alexa, and later on you are getting the ads of the same product that you were discussing? Have you ever felt that?
Yes.
This is what happens, guys. Now let me explain you how Alexa works. This is your Alexa. Let's suppose this is your IoT device, Alexa. All right. I'm explaining you how it works actually. This is your IoT device. IoT devices does not get connected directly to the internet. To connect IoT devices to the internet, you should be having an IoT gateway. All right. IoT gateway is required. Apart from that, this is the internet. Over the internet, it's having a cloud storage where all the raw data is getting collected. All right. Cloud storage. This is your mobile application. You all know that to run Alexa, you will be using your mobile application, right? So what happens over here is, guys, let's suppose you want to get the temperature. You will be saying, Alexa, tell me the temperature, right? So your request will be going using the application. It will be going to the internet and then it will be transferred to the IoT devices through gateway. So it will be received by IoT gateway and it will be transferred to your Alexa machine. Now what Alexa will be doing, guys, using its embedded sensors, it will be collecting the data from the surrounding. All right, raw data. I'm not talking about information. It's collecting raw data. That raw data will be collected and will be sent back to IoT gateway. And through that, it will be going to the internet to the cloud storage. At this cloud storage, what will happen is that particular raw data that is collected will be analyzed. All right. And after analysis, it will be converted into meaningful information. And in that meaningful information will be transferred back to internet and it is shared with you saying that temperature is 30 degree, 35 degree or 40 degrees Celsius. So this is how your IoT devices works. Am I clear to everyone? Am I clear to everyone, guys?
Yes, sir.
This is how it works, guys. Please take the screenshot. Now we'll be discussing certain technologies and protocols that are related to IoT devices. Let me tell you, in exam, you'll be getting only 1 to 2 questions from this particular module, not more than that. So please take the screenshot. All right, let me remove this one. So we have what, guys? We have IoT technologies and protocols. So we'll be discussing about various kind of technologies and protocols that are used in IoT field. So we have IoT and talking about IoT technologies, we have short range wireless communication, have medium range wireless communication. We have medium range wireless communication and we have long range wireless communication. Apart from that, we have wired communication, right? So we are going to discuss about all these technologies and all these protocols. So talking about the first one, guys, that is short range wireless communication. In short range wireless communication, we have various technologies. Likewise, we have Bluetooth, low energy, we have Li-Fi. Have you heard about this technology, Li-Fi? It is also known as light fidelity. Have you heard about it? Bluetooth low energy. It provides applications in sectors like healthcare, security, fitness, like in your smartwatches. Light fidelity is what, guys? It's a future technology. It's a VLC. VLC stands for visible light communication. And what will happen with this technology is it will be using your common household light bulbs for data transfer. Again, repeating, it's VLC, that is visible light communication, which will be using common household bulbs for data transfer. It's the future technology, Li-Fi. Apart from that, we have NFC. NFC stands for near field communication. NFC, field communication. What it will be doing is, guys, it will be using magnetic field induction to enable communication between two devices. That is NFC. All right. Apart from that, the barcode, they also comes under the category of short range wireless communication. That is also known as QR code. You all know this barcode or QR code? Whenever you go to the malls, at the box center, POC center, right? What happens? They scan the barcode and everything about the product is displayed in their screen, right? And depending upon that, they charge you the money. That is barcode, which contains, you can say, readable tags, and it contains all the information. Then we have next, guys, that is RFID. Can anyone tell me the best example of RFID nowadays? It stands for radio frequency identification.
Soft tag, hard tag, computer tags.
Nowadays, I don't know about your place, guys, but at my place in Uttarakhand, the government has, you can say, has
Walkie
implemented
talkie, sir.
mandatory use of fast tags. I guess it's in your place also, right?
Yeah,
In
yeah.
your vehicles,
Pan India,
fast
sir.
tags are mandatory. The worst benefit, worst thing I have seen about FASTag is, see, last month I traveled to Delhi and my car was not having this FASTag. So I was okay. I said that okay, if it's not available, I have to pay some amount of money. But you'll not believe I have to pay double of that particular amount. If the toll tax is of 150 rupees, so if you're not having FASTag, they are charging you complete 300 rupees. That is what government has made mandatory. But over here, what we are discussing is RFID badges. RFID is what, guys, it stores data in tags that are read using electromagnetic fields. So whenever from now onwards, you'll be going to the toll taxes, always see wherever you place your car, right, before the gate opens, at the top, just above your bonnet, there is a machine that reads your card, all right, RFID card, and depending upon that, that particular gate is open. So always now from now onwards, try to pay attention to those devices, all right? Those are electromagnetic, those devices captures electromagnetic fields and they read the data that is being saved in those tabs. Prior to this, guys, RFID back in 90s, they were used to tag wild animals. To have the count of the wild animals they used to tag. But nowadays, RFID is introduced into, you can say, in today's technology also. Now the employees are having RFID tags. Now the cars are having RFID tags, right? So that is RFID. Apart from RFID, we have one more thing that is known as Wi-Fi Direct. You all know Wi-Fi Direct? I guess you might have also used it, right? Wi-Fi Direct. What is Wi-Fi Direct, guys? Using Wi-Fi Direct, you can give your Wi-Fi connection to other device without having any Wi-Fi access point. And we have one more technology that is known as Zigbee. Now, what is Zigbee, guys? Zigbee is again a short-range wireless communication technology that transfer data infrequently at a low data rate. All right, and it is restricted within the range of 10 to 100 meters. That is Zigbee. Then we have another technology that is related, that is known as medium range wireless communication, right? Medium range wireless communication includes two technologies, that is we have Hello and we have another one that is LTE advanced. What is Hello, guys? Hello is another vertical of Wi-Fi standards which provides extended range and is very useful in rural areas. That is Hello. Second is LTE advanced. Have you seen LTE somewhere?
On our
Have you
phones,
seen
sir. On our phones.
Mobile phones.
on mobile phones, right? All
Yeah.
your devices above 3G, 4G, 5G, they use LTE. Right. So what is LTE, guys? It's a standard for mobile communication, which provides high capacity in terms of data rate, efficiency, and performance. That is LTE advanced. It comes under your medium range wireless communication. Then comes your long range wireless communication. So long range wireless communication includes LP WAN. There is a technology with the name LP WAN, which stands for low power wide area networking. And it's type of wireless network that provides long range communication between endpoints. Including LP-WAN, we have two more technology inside it. That is LoRa-WAN and we have Zigbee. Technology that is again included inside LP-WAN. All right. Then we have, apart from LP-WAN, in long-range wireless communication, we have one more thing that is known as VSAT. VSAT stands for very small aperture terminal. What is it, guys? It is a protocol that is used for data transfer using small dish antennas. That is VSAT, very small aperture terminal. And we have last one that you all know as cellular, right? It will be doing what? It's a protocol that is used for long distance communications. All right. Then we have the last technology that is with us that is known as wired communication. All right. What is wired communication, guys? Inside this, we have two technology. That is, we have Ethernet. You all know the working of Ethernet, right? And we have one more that is known as MoCA. MoCA stands for Multimedia over Coax Alliance. That is MoCA. And what it do, guys, it provides high definition videos of home and contents related to it. So you all are getting your, you can say dish antennas or you can say dish TV, right? In your home. Some of you are using it from the service provider. Some of you are having your own, you can say dish TV or Tata Sky type of things, right? So the cable that is coming to your home is MoCA, which provides high definition videos of home and contents that are related to it, right? Then we have next, guys, apart from this, we have various challenges that are being faced by security guys to implement and use IoT devices. So what are the challenges? According to you, what are the challenges, guys? Tell me. According to you, what are the challenges? There are lack of security policies. Coding errors can be there, right? Default or weak credentials that can be used. We have storage issue. We have a difficulty updating the operating system of that IoT device, and that's very true. Since IoT devices are very small, there is always chance of physical theft and tampering. And we have development issues also. See why I'm saying coding errors and development issues, because guys, there is a rat race going on in the market. Rat race means that every organization nowadays wants to produce their own IoT device. And in that race, they are doing what? They are developing the device, but they are not paying much attention towards the codes and towards the development. Because of which there are many configuration errors that are present in the IoT devices that can be exploited by the attackers, and using those, the attackers can take the access of those devices and the organization network. That is your challenges. Same thing is going with your this electronic vehicles, right? Electric vehicles. Have you seen so many news nowadays in TV that this electric vehicle got fired, this electric vehicle got fired? That is again the development issue, guys, because the rat race is going on and nobody is paying attention to the quality. They are focusing only on the quantity. So these are the challenges that are being faced by the security guys while using IoT devices. Now we are going to discuss about the attacks that are being performed on IoT devices. If you will be going and researching, guys, OWASP, as I told you, have also listed top 10 vulnerabilities that are related to, you can say, IoT devices. But over here, we'll be discussing some other, we can say, attacks. So we have IoT attacks that includes your DOS attack or DDoS attack. We have attack on HVAC systems. Right, let me write it. Attack on HVAC systems. Then we have, I'll be explaining them, don't worry. For rolling code attack, we have, you can say, apart from rolling code attack, we have blue bone attack. Apart from blue bone attack, we have jamming attack. Apart from jamming attack, we have, you can say, man in the middle attack. We have ransomware attack. We have, you can say, forced malicious device attack, and we have what we have, you can say ransomware. I have written it. So these are the IoT attacks that we have, guys. So DOS, DDoS, and DRDoS, you already know. What does HVAC stands for, guys? What is HVAC?
Heating, ventilation, air conditioning.
Very nice. It's HVAC. Heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, guys. You have seen in malls and other places, right? We have centralized heating and ventilation system, right? Air conditioning system. That is being operated by HVAC. And these HVAC devices are further used by SCADA. All right. Or you can say industrial devices that are being maintained by SCADA. So attackers do what, guys? They try to find out the vulnerabilities in HVAC systems, and after finding the vulnerabilities, they take the access of that HVAC system, and using the vulnerabilities, they can even take the access of the organization network. That is attack on HVAC systems. Nowadays, this attacks on industrial devices have increased a lot, a lot. Then we have next, that is rolling code attack. Now, what is rolling code attack, guys? How many of you are from Bangalore? How many of you
Uh,
are from Bangalore?
I'm from Bangalore.
Okay. Those who are from Bangalore, they know there is a service that used to operate with the name Bounce. Right? It was a two-wheeler service.
Correct. Yeah. It's
So yeah, so the Bounce organization, I'm just giving you a idea, guys. They used to do what? They used to unlock the devices, the vehicles using OTPs. All right. Now the in rolling code attack, what attacker generally do is in rolling code attack, the attacker will be doing what? See, nowadays the vehicles are very advanced, guys. All right, I'm not talking about you can say Alto or some other vehicles. The vehicles which are very costly, they are very advanced. Let's suppose you forgot the key. So what you can do is you can call to that particular customer care of that particular vehicle organization, and they will be doing what? They will be unlocking your car remotely. All right, remotely they'll be unlocking your car. So in rolling code attack, what will happen is, let's suppose over here, Afzal is having a car that is very, very advanced. One day Afzal forgot the keys. All right. Now Afzal forgot the keys and Devinder is an attacker. So Afzal will be requesting the keys from the service provider, right? And they will be doing what? They'll be unlocking the car online. So to unlock the car, they have to send certain kind of codes, right? Certain kind of OTPs. So what Devinder will be doing is, as soon as Afzal called those guys to unlock the car, Devinder will be jamming the signals of that particular area. Now, since the signals are jammed, Afzal will not be able to get that code using which he will be unlocking the car. Meanwhile, Devender will be doing what? He will be stealing that code, right? Because it's in the network, right? Devender will be easily stealing that code, and using that code later on, Devender can steal that particular car itself. That is known as rolling code attackers. Is it clear? Is it clear? That is rolling code attack. Then we have blue-born attack, guys. Now, what is blue-born attack? In blue-born attack, attacker connects to nearby devices and then he exploits the vulnerability of Bluetooth protocols to compromise the devices. So I will be looking for the nearby devices. Those are using Bluetooth. I will be trying to exploit the Bluetooth vulnerabilities and I'll be taking control of those devices. That is blue-born attack. Further in Wi-Fi hacking, guys, I will be explaining you type of Bluetooth attacks also. We have blue snarfing, we have blue jacking, we have blue smucking. All right, all those kind of attacks we have. So I will be explaining them later on. Then we have MITM, that is man in the middle. You all know man in the middle attack. We have ransomware attack. You all know ransomware. I will be encrypting your device, and to decrypt it, I will be asking certain amount of money. That is a ransomware attack. And we have forged malicious device. Forged malicious device means in place of your original device, I will be placing my fake device. All right. And using the device, I can compromise the organization network. That is forged malicious devices. Am I clear to everyone? Am I
Yes.
clear to everyone, guys? This is what? This is your IoT attacks. Now talking about the countermeasures. Now what are the countermeasures you guys can follow, guys? Countermeasures include close all the unused posts, disable unnecessary services that are running, upgrade the devices regularly, put them in a secure area where you can say physical theft is not possible, prevent unauthorized access. All right, harden the device. We have a term, guys, that is known as device hardening. It's not only related to IoT, it's related to all the devices. So what do you mean by hardening the device? Hardening the device or device hardening? What is it?
Making it secure either by upgrades, configurations, or having additional compensatory controls.
Okay, correct. Hardening the device means reducing the vulnerable surface area of the device. How you'll be hardening the device? By implementing good antivirus, anti-malware solution, by disabling unnecessary services, by closing unnecessary ports, by not using default passwords, default configurations, by regularly updating the operating system and applications. By this, you are doing what? You are hardening the device, means you are lowering down the vulnerabilities of that particular device, right? This is hardening the device means. Apart from that, guys, we have various kind of tools that are used for IoT hacking. So IoT hacking tool includes Shodan, a very famous tool. We also discussed Shodan in footprinting, if you remember. We have Census. Apart from this, we have, you can say, Thinkful. Apart from Thinkful, we have Beestorm. This is again a tool. Apart from that, we have what? We have Formalizer Enterprise. Thinkful. Apart from that, guys, for rolling code attack, what kind of tool you can use for rolling code attack? You can use RF crack. It's a tool. For performing sniffing, you can use forensics. So these are the tools that you can use for IoT hacking. Again, IoT hacking methodology is same. You will be gathering the information, you'll be scanning for the vulnerabilities, you will be getting the access, you'll be maintaining the access, and you will be covering the tracks. So this is what we have to do in IoT hacking module. All right. So all of you, please take the screenshot. This is what we have to discuss in this particular module. That is IoT hacking. Done. Please take the screenshot for this one also. Done, guys.
Done.
Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
let's take a break. After the break, we'll be coming back and then we'll be doing what? We'll be moving into the course. All right. Make sure, guys, during the break, you all will be downloading your machines because today we'll be having the practical also. So anyone who is facing difficulty with the machine installing it or downloading it, please let me know in advance because later on I don't want to listen that you don't have the machine, you don't downloaded it. All right. So
So,
please do.
Sharanya from this side.
Yes.
As I told you yesterday, I'm amid shifting and I'm attending the race session from my phone. So, I wouldn't be able to do the lab session, sir. Just letting you know.
Sharanya, in that case, I will advise you to please contact your coordinators because as on the very first day I explained, 20% of your assessment marks will be based on your
I
practicals.
agree, sir. Yes, sir. I've reached out. I will I'll ensure I'll finish the practicals later.
All right.
But just set you to at the glitches. Thank you.
Okay, no problem then. If you have already had a word, that's okay.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll be meeting after 15 minutes, guys, and then we'll be moving into the course. All right. Thank you all. Hi guys, all are here.
Yes, sir.
Hi,
All right. What
Deepak.
happened? What happened, Devin?
Yeah, this is like stuck like this. I shared the
Yeah,
screenshot,
this is the one. This is the one.
so it would remain like this, right?
Yeah. Now, if you'll be typing the command like type if config over here,
One
it will
second.
be giving you the response.
1 second. Where is this? Okay. So what should I type
if
here?
if config.
If it is not allowing me to type
Click
anything.
click on that and then you type it.
If config.
Press enter. It will be giving you the response.
Right. Right.
Actually, what this
Sorry
batch
to
store is, it's
intervene,
a server.
sir. So just Devendra,
Yeah,
can you please
Sharanya.
share your screen? That would be helpful.
But it is
Yeah,
showing me
Devendra,
just the
please share.
loopback address.
Yeah,
One
yeah.
second.
Share your screen, Devendra.
1 second. Please let me know once it is visible.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
it's
is
visible.
visible.
Before this, click on the right click on this machine. Matrix.
Okay.
Go to the settings. It's using NAT. Processor is okay. Okay. But why it's giving you only loopback address? Your
Is it because of
Kali internet. No, no, no. Actually, it should be NAT. It should always be NAT. See, guys, let me tell you. Wait a minute, Devendra. Let me tell you, guys. See, we discussed about malware threats, right? Over there, I told you about sandboxing. So in organizations also we do what? We perform sandboxing like this. This virtual machine will be your test bed. Inside this, let's suppose this particular machine that is batch store is your guest operating system in which you have to perform malware analysis. So you will be having four different options over here for network connection. First is bridge connection. We generally don't use it because it will be doing what? It will be replicating the physical network connection of your host machine. And if any hacker is waiting for you to have a vulnerability, he can use this batch store to get the access of your main machine. That's why we don't use bridge connection. We use NAT connections, but in case of malware analysis, you will be using host only. Host only means that whatever things you'll be performing in this particular machine, it will not be affecting any other machine in the network. Getting my point? So always, guys, whatever machines you are installing in your network, always make sure that network adapter settings are NAT. Close this, Devin.
Yeah, Deepak, I have one associated question here. Like in my other machines also, which I have Kali and other Windows machine, when I was using the NAT, I was again and again getting the loopback address. And yesterday, in fact, I spent quite a time on that. And once I converted to Bridge, then I started getting their own IP addresses and was able to communicate between those two machines. So I
The
really
reason
couldn't
is
understand where that problem is.
the reason is see, bridge connection was replicating your base machine address. That's why you were starting getting the IP addresses. Right now in your machine, I don't think that internet is enabled because unless and until internet is not enabled, it will be showing you only the loopback address.
Mm-hmm.
So close the settings. Close the settings.
Second.
I will be sharing a link with you, all right, all of you in the WhatsApp group. I want all of you to follow that link so that you will be installing the machines in a correct manner. Click on this Kali Linux, the one which I have provided. The one
This
which I
is
have
the
provided.
so
On
this when
this,
I power on, no, it is not going anywhere.
okay, don't show this again. Okay. It will be up.
It gets stuck here.
For everyone, it's the same. Afzal and Vivek, you guys also facing the same problem?
Oh, it's working fine for me.
It's working fine, right? The same I'm also using in my system. See, they've been through one thing. Close this, remove this, and try to install it also. Do it right now in front of me. Close this, Kali Deepak Bhatt. Close this machine. Yeah, power off.
Hmm.
Remove it from here. Remove it from here. Right click and remove. All right. Now do one thing. Show me the folder where you have downloaded that file.
Yeah. This
For
is.
Kali,
Should- I'll go from here.
yeah, new virtual machine. Okay. Typical recommended. Go for typical recommended. Okay.
Fine.
This for others also. Okay. Then go for the second option. ISO file. Browse for the file.
So this is
Where
the
is the file?
1 second.
Kali Linux 2017. I have shared 2017.
This is
Yeah,
the one.
yeah. Open it. Next. All of you will be following the same step. If anyone is facing difficulty, it's okay. Version is open too. Go ahead. Next. Rename it to Kali Linux. Okay. Right, Kali 2017. So that it will be easy for you to, you can say, distinguish between them. Okay. Click on next. Put 80 GB over here. Minimum space should be 80 GB.
80.
8080. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And click on next. It's okay. Split virtual disk. Second option is okay. Second option.
Okay. Finish.
Now customize hardware. No, customize
Oh.
hardware. No
Sorry.
problem. Right click and go to the settings. You can always change things. It's coming over there, right? Edit virtual machine settings. Yeah. Memory, how much RAM you are having in your computer?
Should be 16.
16. So give 8 GB to this Kali. See guys, one more thing, since Kali will be your primary operating system, all right. So make sure that you are giving more and more, you can say RAM to this. Scroll this bar up. Scroll this bar up. Scroll it up. 8. Okay. Okay. Now click on, you can say close.
I'll close this.
Close it.
Okay.
And now power on this machine. Let's see. I hope that will be working fine. It should be working fine. If not, then we need to install this VMware again. I hope. But it should be working fine this time. Yeah. Click on the first one, live AMD. Click on the screen and press enter. Press enter. All right, now your machine will be up. Meanwhile, guys, let me share a link with all of you.
So to solve this net problem, Deepak, what I should do? Because
I will be guiding you. I'll be guiding you. No worries. I'll guide you. Afzal, Vivek, you guys are using this Kali Linux as live or you have installed it in your system?
I had a graphic installed.
You have graphic installed. That's very good. Very good. Very good. So those who are having difficulty installing the graphical installation, in the chat box, I have shared a link. Follow this link and you'll be able to install it graphically. In your Kali Linux, the one which you have opened previously, Devin, click on that, the first tab.
Deepak, is it visible to you? Should I go to settings?
No, not on settings. Login. I want to check the internet is working or not. Actually, this 2022 version is having various, you can say, difficulties. Open the browser in this machine.
In this machine, it was working. Internet is working. I checked.
It's working,
In
right?
my Windows, it was not working.
Windows, it will not work. Windows XP, it will not work.
Hmm.
But at this batch store, it should work. It should work in batch store. Yeah, it's working fine, I guess.
So
Yeah,
internet
it's
is working.
working fine. So why your batch store is giving problem?
I could not really understand because
No.
there is one this loopback address which is coming. So initially with my this machine also I was getting the same error when I was trying to find out the IP address. Then from NAT I went to bridge. Then I started getting the IP address.
No,
Otherwise
no,
I
no.
tried various things.
Don't change it from NAT. Don't change it to bridge from NAT. Let it be NAT. All right. And let's do one thing. Let me see what is the problem.
Mhm.
I'll be seeing and then I'll let you know. Right? No worries.
Okay.
Apart from this, anyone having any other difficulty, guys, related to labs?
So this Kali is also up now.
Yeah. This is 2017 version.
Right.
All right, so I have shared the link how you'll be installing Kali Linux in your VMware, how you will be installing the, you can say the tools, that is VMware tools, all right, and how you'll be moving forward. So till now we have discussed about session hijacking. We have discussed about hacking web servers, hacking web applications. We have discussed about SQL injections. We have discussed about IoT devices, and we have discussed about session hijacking, right? Now we will be going forward and we'll be discussing about the new module that is cloud computing. So all of you please take the screenshot, guys.
You're not sharing, sir.
Uh, Let me share it again. Is it visible?
Yeah.
All right. So let me remove it. So the next topic that we are going to discuss, guys, is cloud computing. Right? Guys, please mute yourself if you are not asking any question. Cloud computing. Now, what is cloud computing, guys? Can anyone define what is cloud computing? Anyone? How will be defining cloud computing? It's a very hot topic nowadays in the market. So, what is cloud computing actually? Anyone? Go ahead. What is cloud computing, guys?
Cloud computing is a place where we, host our services, and this is done on the go. Whenever the main advantage of having cloud computing is you can scale. You
Mhm.
can scale your services whenever it is required, and there are no extra charges for that.
Okay. Anyone else who wants to add to the definition, guys?
Yep, there is no requirement for capex and opex models.
Okay. Okay. See, guys, cloud computing is what? It's an on-demand delivery of all the IT capabilities. Means to say, if you'll be requiring IT infrastructure, applications, as a subscriber, I will be providing it to you over the network. That is what cloud computing is all about. There are various benefits of using cloud computing because of which nowadays almost all the organizations are moving towards cloud. First is it's on-demand self-service. Second is the storage is distributed. It's automatically managed. Resource pooling is there and virtualization technology is used. That is the reason most of the organizations are moving towards cloud computing. Right. So over here, guys, we will be discussing about, you can say, types of cloud computing services. So let me just type. We have types of cloud computing services. So types of cloud computing services include, we have primarily three important cloud computing services. We have IaaS, we have
PaaS,
PaaS, and we have,
SaaS,
right? So can anyone define them one by one? What is IaaS?
infrastructure as a service.
Nice, infrastructure as service. Good. Then we
This
have,
is PaaS is platform as a service, and SaaS is software as a service.
okay, so I'll be writing it's infrastructure as a service. PaaS is platform as a service. And we have SaaS, that is software as a. Guys, talking about infrastructure as a service. Infrastructure as a service means in this particular kind of services, we will be providing, let's suppose I'm a cloud service provider. So I will be providing you virtual machines. I will be providing you hardwares. I will be providing you operating systems, right? Over the network. That is known as infrastructure as a service. And generally, infrastructure as a service is being consumed by system administrators. All right. Then we have platform as a service. Now let's suppose you are a application developer in your organization, but your organization does not have so much resources. So what your organization decided is they decided to go and take, or you can say, third party services over the cloud. So over the cloud, guys, if I will be providing you development tools, deployment platforms, and configuration management services, all right, to develop custom applications, that will be coming under the category of platform as a service. In word, I'm providing you the platform to develop the applications. This particular service is being consumed by developers. And then we have SaaS. SaaS stands for software as a service, right? Now, software as a service means that I will be providing you the softwares free of cost over the internet for general public use. This is being consumed by end customers. Likewise, you all get, how I'll be defining it. You all get this Google Docs, right? Google Calendars. That is the example of software as a service. You are getting it free of cost, right? If you are using Google services, you are getting it free of cost. So that is software as a service. Apart from these three services, guys, we further have, you can say, services like we have, let me just write it over here. Apart from these three, we are using other cloud computing services also, like we have IDaaS, that stands for identity as a service. Then we have SecAS, stands for security as a service. Then we have CAS, which stands for container as a service. And we have FAS, which stands for function as a service. Now, guys, you all are aware about identity and access management. Identity as a service. All of you are aware about IAM, identity and access management.
Yes, sir. I am.
What are the components of IAM? We have identity, we have authentication, we have authorization, and we have accountability, right?
Yeah.
Identification means if you are having a website in which you are asked for your username and password. So out of these three things, see, these are the components. I'm writing it over here. We have identification, have authentication, we have authorization, and we have accountability, right? Now, guys, let's suppose it's your banking website and this banking website is asking you for two things, that is username and password. So what do you think? This username is belongs to identification, authentication, or what?
Username identification, password authentication.
Correct. Username is what? It's an identification. See, in bank, you are not the only one who is having an account only. And since in India, we are having very common names, right? Likewise, Devender is very common name. Deepak is very common name. Vivek is very common name. So if you will be logging into your bank account, first of all, you have to identify yourself that out of these so many customers, Vivek want to get logged in. Now there are so many Viveks itself in the as a banking customers. So you have to do what? You have to authenticate that out of those Viveks, who was the actual Vivek who wants to log into his account. For that, you have to provide your authentication. You have to prove your identity, all right? Further, this identification is divided into three categories, guys. That is type 1, type 2, type 3. I guess we discussed it previously also, right? Did I discuss it with you guys or not? So we have type 1, that is something you have. Then we have type 2, something you are. And type 3 is something you know. So these are three types. When you are using any of the type, that is authentication. When you're using all the types together, that is known as multi-factor authentication. And it is recommended, guys, nowadays, seeing the current scenario of cybersecurity, it's a recommendation that you should be using multi-factor authentication in your system. The reason is, let's suppose I got the username and password of, you can say Sharanya, right? I got the username and password. But if Sharanya is using multi-factor authentication, guys, even after knowing her password and username, I cannot log into her account. Because as soon as I'll be putting username and password, a second window will be opened. Either it will be asking me for the secret question answer, or it will be sending a, you can say, a message or a mail to Sharanya that this device from this location at this time is going to log into your account. Do you recognize or not? So if Sharanya will be saying no, then I cannot log into to that particular platform. That is the reason multi-factor authentication should be enabled. Then we have what, guys? Now, after you have provided your authentication, then your authorization is checked. It will be checked that whether you are a normal user or you are an administrator. Depending upon that, you will be provided with the functionalities. And later on, accountability will be determined. Whatever things will be doing inside your bank account, you are transferring money, you are receiving money, you are activating the, you can say, various schemes, you are deactivating the schemes. Later on, you cannot deny that you have not done it, because accountability, that is being defined by non-repudiation, is there. You cannot deny later on. All right, so that is what, that is your IAM, identity as a identity and access management. So nowadays, IDAS, that is identity as a service, is being provided. All right, in which the cloud service providers offers IAM services to the organization. Then we have security as a service, guys. Now, what is security as a service means? Security as a service means, let's suppose your organization is not having, all right, your organization is not having as a, organization is not having penetration testing team. The organization is not having vulnerability assessment team. So at that time, you need to do what? You need to contact the third parties, right? So when these penetration testing, intrusion detection, forensics kind of services are being provided through cloud service provider, that is coming under SecAS, that is security as a service. Okay. Then we have container as a service. Let me write it first of all. We have what we have, container as a service. Now, what is container as a service, guys? It offers virtualization of containers. All right. Later on, we'll be discussing what are containers. All right. So containers are the platforms that are used by the developers to, you can say, test an application. If they are developing an application, containers are being used. All right. So container as a service offers virtualization of containers engine. They are used to manage containers, applications, and clusters. Then we have the last one that is known as function as a service. What is function as a service, guys? It provides platform, all right, for developing and managing applications for microservices. So that is function as a service. Basically, three services are there. These four services are being added later on. In exam, you'll be getting either the question from PAS or SAS. All right, you'll be getting the question. Now, what kind of questions you'll be getting? Let me tell you. Now, guys, it happens, right? You have opted for cloud computing service. Now, let's suppose there was an attack that occurred on cloud computing platform and certain credentials of yours are lost. So in that case, who will be deciding that who is responsible for managing the security of cloud computing services? All right, it's a very, you can say typical questions. Even forensics and you can say incident handling is not possible into the cloud platform because of this issue. So the responsibilities are being divided, all right, in cloud platforms. I'm just showing you you can see the picture so that you'll be having an idea. So responsibilities are being divided. Notes device, we have the code. Yep, this one. So guys, this is how the responsibilities are being divided. If you are having on-premises infrastructure, means you are having all the things inside your organization, you have not opted for cloud computing services, all right? You have data center, you have servers, you have got security guys to manage it, and whatever is happening, you are responsible. So you are the person who will be managing everything. All right. Second is, let's suppose you opted for IaaS, that is infrastructure as a service. All right. Now, infrastructure as a service you have opted. So guys, in that case, half of the responsibility that includes application, data, runtime, middleware, and operating system. Their responsibility is yours. If anything is happening to those systems, you will be responsible. Whereas the services like virtualizations, servers, storage, and network is the responsibility of service provider. Okay. Then if you have opted for platform as a service, okay. So in that case, you are responsible about only two things, that is application and data. The rest other things will be managed by the service provider. Then we have software as service. In software as service, guys, everything will be managed by service provider. You are not responsible for anything. So you should be remembering this particular diagram. If you want to take the screenshot, guys, please take the screenshot. It's very important. Devendra, you are going for CHFI course, right? Over there also you'll be getting the same things. And over there you'll be learning that how difficult it is to perform forensics on cloud platforms because of the same issues.
Right. It's very interesting.
Yeah. So please take the screenshot, guys. It will be asked in exam, all right? IAS, PSS, or SAS. They can be asking any of them. Now, apart from your cloud computing services, next thing comes is your cloud deployment platforms. How you will be deploying the cloud. So we have four types of cloud deployment platforms, guys. So I'm just writing it over here. And what are cloud deployment platforms? What we have, particularly we have four types, but in your CHB11 certification course, they have added one more. So we have what we have public cloud, we have private cloud, we have community cloud, we have hybrid cloud, And we have the last one that is known as multi-cloud. So guys, public cloud means when the services are being provided over the network open for public use. That is known as public cloud. Private cloud means that the cloud infrastructure is being operated for a single organization. That is private cloud. Community cloud means more than two organizations are sharing the cloud infrastructure between them. That is community cloud. Then comes your hybrid cloud. So combination of any two guys, public, private, private community, public, private community, and you will be using the communication of these three things. That is known as hybrid cloud. Then comes your last one, that is multi-cloud, right? Multi-cloud means you are using what? You are using various cloud vendors. Like you are using AWS, you are using Azure, you are using, you can say, other vendors, right? And when you are combining the workload across multiple cloud vendors, all right, to achieve your business goals, that is known as multi-cloud. All right. Again, one question will be coming in exam from this topic also, that is cloud deployment models. One question for sure. One question will be coming from types of cloud computing services. Then what we have is we have NIST. That stands for National Institute of Standardization and Technology. Likewise, we have you can say ISO. Similarly, NIST is also an organization that develops various kind of standards that are being followed by the organization in the market. So NIST has done what, guys? NIST has laid down a reference architecture for cloud computing. I'm writing CC as cloud computing, right? So I'm going to draw that reference architecture, that how the cloud computing should be implemented and how it should be maintained. So you have taken the screenshot for this one. All of you have taken the screenshot, guys. If not, please take. I'm removing it. Okay, so we have what we have. You can say reference architecture of cloud computing. So I'm drawing it over here. This is your this reference for cloud. Over here we have what, guys? We have NIST reference architecture for cloud computing. All right. And this we have various parties. All right. So we have what we have. The first one that is known as cloud consumer. Then we have cloud provider. Then we have another one that is known as cloud carrier. Then we have cloud auditor and we have cloud broker. Let me draw it. First is your cloud consumer. Second is your cloud provider. Third one is your cloud carrier. Fourth one is your cloud auditor. And fifth one is your cloud broker. Who is cloud auditor, guys? Who is cloud auditor? Any idea? Cloud cloud consumer. Who is cloud consumer? A person or organization that uses cloud computing services is known as cloud consumer. Then who is cloud provider? A person or organization that provides services to interested parties is known as cloud provider. Then we have next, guys, that is cloud carrier. Who is cloud carrier, guys? It's a very, very important, you can say, entity that will be providing connectivity and transport services between cloud consumer and provider. Again, repeating, cloud carrier do what? It provides connectivity and transport services between cloud consumer and cloud providers. Then we have cloud auditor. Who is a
What would
cloud
be the
auditor,
example?
guys?
Sorry,
Huh?
sorry, Deepak. What would be the example of cloud carrier? Like we know provider like your AWS, Azure, and Google. So, what would be the example of cloud carrier for reference?
Cloud carrier will be including the example. Let me just think of a very good example. I'll be defining that. Carrier in terms of this, right? Let me just. Likewise, your network service providers, your telecommunications, and whatever devices you are using to maintain the communication between consumer and providers. That will be coming under cloud carrier. All right.
Got
Your
it.
devices that you are placing, the telecommunication service that you have implemented, they all will be coming under cloud carrier. Okay. The job role of cloud carrier is to provide connectivity and transport service between consumer and provider. All right. Then we have next, guys, that is cloud auditors. Now, what are cloud auditors, guys? A party that makes independent. What is auditing, first of all?
Verification against certain standards.
Basic checks performed on a periodic basis.
Okay. Anyone else who wants to add to the definition of auditing? What is auditing, guys? What we do in auditing?
The organization's policies, procedures, and control assessments are done
Correct.
with respect to the security aspects.
Correct. In auditing, you will be doing what? You will be checking the effectiveness and you will be checking whether the policy, procedures, guidelines of the organization are being followed or not. Depending upon that, you will be drafting your report and then you'll be submitting your report to the organization management and to the certification body. All right. Over here in cloud auditing, the same thing happens. In this, you will be checking, all right, cloud service controls, and then you will be checking whether the policy, procedures, and guidelines that have been laid down, all right, for the cloud service providers are being followed or not. That is done by cloud auditors. Then we have next, guys, that is cloud broker. It's again a very important entity. Cloud broker is a person which manages cloud services in terms of usage, in terms of performance, and it's the responsibility of cloud broker to maintain the healthy relationship between consumer and providers. That is your cloud broker. Okay. That is your cloud broker. Then we have next, guys. See over here, this is the reference architecture. Please take the screenshot. Apart from that, there are various benefits of cloud computing also. That is, it's economical, it's easy to operate. You don't be requiring a huge staff to maintain it. Apart from that, as compared to other things, it's bit secure. Done. Screenshot is done, guys. Done. Can I remove it? Then we have another topic that is related to cloud computing threats. What is a threat, guys? We discussed it in the very first lesson, right? Cloud computing threats. What are cloud computing threats? Tell me.
Maybe
What is
physical
threat?
threat.
How will
Maybe
be defining threat first of all? What is a threat?
anything which has the potential to harm the asset.
A threat
Okay,
is an uncertain event.
correct. Both of you are correct. Anyone who wants to add to the definition? Any event or action that could potentially cause damage to an asset is known as threat. That day also I told you, whenever you will be getting the term threat, always remember we are talking in terms of assets. All right. So what are cloud computing threats, guys? Cloud computing threats includes data breaches, data losses, all right, abuse of your cloud services, unsynchronized data, you can say in the cloud, illegal access to data, you can say to cloud systems, your privilege escalations, your natural disasters that can corrupt the function of the cloud services, your hardware failures, your VM level attacks. All these will be coming under your cloud computing threats. All right. Apart from that, there are various kind of cloud computing attacks also. Now, one thing I want to tell you, whatever things we have learned since module 1 till now, whatever attacks, whatever attacking methodology will we have learned, guys, it can be applied to the cloud computing platform. The only thing that is used in cloud computing is virtualization technology. Otherwise, the systems will be same, the network will be same, the servers will be same, the applications will be same, all right? So whatever attacks we have learned so far, all right, in all other modules, you can implement those attacks in cloud computing also. So we have what we have cloud computing attacks. So what are cloud computing attacks, guys? Cloud computing attacks include the following. I hope that we have covered almost all of them. So we have service hijacking using social engineering. Did we discuss about social engineering, guys? We did the practical also, right? Then we have next that is service hijacking using sniffing. Did we perform practical for sniffing? Yes or no? We performed that man in the middle attack, right? Related to sniffing. Then we have next that is session hijacking cross-site scripting. Similarly, we have session hijacking using session writing attack. What is session writing attack?
Cross-site request forgery.
Request for
Correct. It's another name for CSRF, and this is how you'll be getting the question, guys. They'll not be using cross-site request forgery. They'll be giving you session writing attack. So don't get confused. Apart from that, we have DNS attacks like DNS poisoning or spoofing. All right. We have, you can say DOS attacks. We have DDoS attacks. So these are the attacks that are related to cloud computing services. All right. These are the attacks that can be performed on cloud computing services. Then we have next, guys, apart from cloud computing services attacks, we have what we have various kind of technologies. So we have what we have three different terms. That is, let me write it over here. That is containers. We have Dockers and we have Kubernetes. What are containers, guys? Container is a package of an application, or you can say a software that will be including all the dependencies like the files that you use, the configurations that you are use, all right, and any other resources that you'll be running independently in the cloud environment. So that is known as a container. So your CAS, that is container as a service, is a cloud service that provides virtualization of containers and management of that containers. All right, that is containers. Then we have next, guys, that is Dockers. Now what are Dockers? Dockers, one more thing. What is the difference between a container and a VM, that is virtual machine? VMware. What is the difference, guys? Anyone? What is the difference between a container and a VM?
Like the one what you just explained, that container in itself is having everything, all the dependencies. It's a sort of sandbox.
Correct. Container can only isolate applications, but VM can install. You can say VM can you can say isolate the system itself. Likewise, you are using this VMware. You are installing even an operating system inside it, right? But in case of container, you can only isolate an application. One more difference, guys, is that VM can install containers within them, but a container cannot install a VM inside it. There's a big difference. Then we have what? We have Dockers. So Docker is what, guys? It's again an open source technology that is used for developing, packaging, and running applications in form of containers. All right. So Dockers make sure that whatever containers you are using, they are working in a seamless environment. To manage containers, all right, you will be doing what? You'll be using Dockers. Then we have third terminology that is known as Kubernetes. Now, what is Kubernetes, guys? Kubernetes is the technology that has been developed by Google itself, and it is also known as K8. K8. Again, it's what? It's an open source service, all right, that is used to manage containerized applications and microservices. That is Kubernetes. All these three have their separate certification courses. Kubernetes, we have different certification course. For Dockers, we have different certification course. But in your certification course, they have just mentioned the definitions. All right. Then we have, guys, apart from your cloud computing attacks, we have what? We have cloud computing security also. So how you are going to secure your cloud computing environment? First of all, one thing that you have to remember is we have what? We have a term that is known as SLA. What does SLA stands for, anyone? SLA stands for service
Level agreement.
level agreement, and it plays a very important role in your cloud computing services. Even in pen testing also, guys, SLAs plays a very important role. Whatever is mentioned in SLA, both the parties should be agreeing on that. And if anything is not being done according to an SLA, then you are liable to pay me, you can say, penalty. If I'll be going to the court of law, you will be paying penalty to me, right? So SLA plays a very important role, because especially in case of cloud, in SLA it will be defined what kind of services will be provided, how long they will be provided, whether they will be 24 into 7, what kind of security will be provided. All right. If you are agreeing with whatever SLA the cloud you can say provider is providing, then you will be signing a deed and you will be you can say taking the services. But if you don't, you can say are not agreeing with that particular services, at that time what you'll be doing, guys, is at that time either you will be asking the service provider to, you can say, to rewrite the SLAs, or you will be changing the, you can say, the vendor itself. So SLAs plays a very important role. So according to NIST, if you want to secure your cloud environment, guys, first of all, pay attention to SLAs. Then make sure that what kind of security is required, how data has been classified in the organization. Apart from that, you have also to consider that in case of, you can say, deployment, all right, what kind of deployment model you are selecting. It's not like that you want a private cloud, but you are opting for public one. So you have to select appropriate deployment model according to your needs. Apart from that, you will be ensuring that auditing is regularly done in the cloud environment. Sorry. Then you will be discussing that how incident detection and reporting will be done, who will be responsible, how your data will be stored, where it will be stored, All right, what will be the level of transparency and who will be responsible in case of any kind of data breach or security issue. So these are the things that has been recommended by NIST for maintaining your cloud security. All right. Then we have various kind of cloud security tools that are being used in the organization, right, to protect your cloud computing environment. So we have what we have Qualys cloud platform. It's a very good, or you can say, tool that is used to provide end-to-end IT security solutions. Then we have another one, guys, that is Cloud Passage. Hello. That is again, you can say, cloud server security platform. Apart from that, we have Core Cloud Inspect. Core Cloud Inspect. This is again a platform, guys, that we use. Apart from that, you can use Nasus, you can say Enterprise for cloud security. You can use Deep Security. So there are various tools that are being included in the syllabus. So this is what we have to discuss in this particular module, that is cloud computing. Am I clear? Again, repeating, guys, cloud is a separate domain. Likewise, I told you in malware topic, malware is a separate domain. Over here in CH11, they have included many of the topics, but if you want to learn in depth about these particular courses, then you have to go for those courses, right? Likewise, we have so many cloud computing, cloud related courses into the market. We have so many malware related courses into the market. We have so many mobile penetration testing courses into the market. So those courses will be giving you the in-depth knowledge about that particular domain. So please take the screenshot, all of you. Yesterday, I don't know. Yesterday in the group, only 3 people said that they will be absent. Why so many people are absent today? I don't know. Last week we were supposed to have the classes. People said that they are not being informed. That's why we informed them. You can say early this week and still are missing. Anyways, Karthik, you there, right? Karthik, you there?
Hi Deepak, anything? I am here.
Hi, Sheenu ma'am. How are you? Good morning. Good
Yeah,
afternoon.
all well, all well. Yeah, sorry, I was not able to attend yesterday. I had parallel sessions.
All right. Are you
Tell
okay?
me.
Are you okay, ma'am? Your voice is
No,
bit.
no, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay, okay.
No, I'm fine.
Okay. I'm
Yeah,
just
tell
asking
me. You.
Karthik. No, I was just asking Karthik to note down the attendance. That's it.
Yes, we already got it. Many are absent somehow.
Yeah, many
Maybe
are
the
absent.
recorded sessions, let them go through.
Yeah, all right. This is what I was asking now.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
it. That's it. All right, ma'am. Thank you. Guys, please take the screenshot.
Done. Thank you.
All right. So can I remove it? Now we'll be discussing about the next topic, guys, that is cryptography. But I want to cryptography. Now I want to go for this particular module in one go. You all will be having lunch at 1, right? So can we do one thing? Because this is a topic that I'll be covering in one go. In cryptography, we'll be learning many things. Uh, I will be explaining cryptography in depth apart from your syllabus as well. So that in future, when you will be going and you will be attending, you can say advanced courses, you'll not be having any difficulty. So in this, we'll be learning about encryption, encoding, type of encryptions. Then we'll be discussing about PKI, that is public key infrastructure, various components of PKI, what is digital signature, what is digital certificates. All these things will be discussed. So let's do one thing, guys. It's 12:48 right now. Let's take a break. After 1 hour, that is 1:48, will be coming back and then we'll be going in one go for this particular course. Is it okay for everyone? Because otherwise, if
Yes,
I'll
sir.
be starting this module, then you will be going for the break at 1:30. So it's your choice. Let's take the
So,
break
sir,
right
we'll
now or
take a break.
after 1:30.
We'll take a break, sir. We'll take a lunch
Uh,
break and then we'll come back.
yeah. So let's take a break, guys. After the break, we'll be coming back. We'll be covering this topic, that is cryptography. Then two more modules are left. That is mobile hacking, and we have hacking wireless platforms. And we'll be having a practical for wireless platform also. So don't miss it, guys. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So let's take a break. And after 1 hour, we'll be coming back and we'll be moving ahead with the course. Thank you, everyone. We'll be meeting after 1 hour. Thank you. Hi guys, over here. Hello.
Yes, Deepak sir, I'm here. Deepak sir, I'll share my screen. I'm getting some issues.
Yeah, sure.
I uninstalled the machine which I had. One moment. Let me just share it. Are you able to see my screen, sir?
Still it's coming up. Not, yeah, now it's visible.
Yeah. So I'm installing this. So let it be 20 GB
Just give me a
and
minute, huh? Just give me a minute, huh?
sure, sir.
Yeah, now it's open. This is Kali.
Right.
This is Kali, right?
Right.
For Kali, give at least 80 GB of you can say space.
80 GB is it?
Yeah, 8080. Yeah. Now click on next.
This is fine. Split virtual disk into
Yeah,
multiple
yeah,
files.
yeah. That's correct. Click on next. Customize. What is the configuration of your you can say system?
It is 16 GB.
Custom.
16 GB and it
Very
is
nice.
Windows.
Very nice. Click on customize then. Close this. Close this. It's okay.
Okay.
Okay. Scroll this bar up.
Which one, sir? This one?
Yeah, this one. Take it till 8 GB.
I'm sorry, this is on 8 GB only, sir. Sorry, my laptop is only on 8 GB. So I'll keep it as 4.
So yeah, give it 4. That's more than enough for time being. Close it now.
Okay, NAT, it is on NAT and close.
Now click on close. All right. And click on finish.
I'll
So
rename
power
this.
on this machine. It's already renamed. Okay, rename. Later on you can rename, but first let's check. Click on power on. Mhm. Yeah, it's up now. Click on screen. Click on screen and press
Yeah.
enter. Yeah, press enter. Now it will be up. No problem.
All right, sir. Then thank you.
Deepak, I'll also need help because I'm still facing the same issue. I placed all the machines onto NAT, but this loopback address is coming.
Let's complete this topic first, Devin, and then I'll be you can say guiding you, all right?
Sure. Thank you.
Have you downloaded Afzal? Let's check in your case. Have you downloaded Bat Store?
Yeah.
Okay, do one thing. Open that folder. Show me where you have downloaded.
One moment, sir.
Bat Store.
Oh, I think it did not get downloaded, sir. I had downloaded it here only.
It should be downloaded.
No, the same one. See, this is the one which is there on the Teams. One moment. Why is it not opening? Sorry. My screen is visible, sir?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay.
No, not visible now. Now not visible.
Something
So
went wrong.
Afzal, do one thing. Yeah, do
Okay.
one thing. Download that Bat Store, and then once it's downloaded, please let me know. Let me confirm that whether
Sure.
that Bat Store is giving problem to all of you or it's just the issue with Devin's stuff.
Sure, sir. I'll
Let's
do that.
confirm that.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
please do that. No problem. I'm sharing my screen, guys. Now what we'll be discussing is we are going to discuss cryptography. But before this cryptography module, let's discuss mobile hacking. And then we'll be doing what? We'll be moving ahead and we'll be completing cryptography. So, okay, let's discuss cryptography first because it's a bit interesting and you guys have just had your lunch, right? Otherwise, you'll be sleeping. Okay, tell me what is cryptography? What do you mean by cryptography, guys?
it is a technique of hiding something or securing something, and informing the others, secretly sending out a message, you can say.
Cryptography means secret writing. All right. So what you'll be doing is in cryptography, we try to securely, secretly try to send a message to the other party. All right. Now this cryptography is said to be, you can say, used first by Julius Caesar. At that time, he used to just, you can say, replace the words and send the message to the general in words. All right, at that time. But later on, this cryptography has been evolved, and this is one of the important topic of cybersecurity. You guys know, guys, that this World War II has been won because of this cryptography. Do you know that? It played a very important role. Let me explain to you. During World War II, Germany was advancing, and Germany was actually very powerful in terms of army and technology. This allied forces that did what they even combined together and they fought Germany, but they were losing. The reason is for their losses. Germany was using an encrypting machine with the name Enigma. They were doing what? They were encrypting the message using Enigma, and they were sending those messages to the generals in war. In between, the allied forces were able to capture the message, but they were not able to decrypt those messages. And because of that, they were losing. So what allied forces did, guys, they hired a guy with the name Alan Turing. The guy Alan Turing, he was such a genius. With his team, Alan Turing created a decrypt machine, such a powerful machine that it was able to decrypt the messages that were being you can say encrypted by Enigma. And that was the turning point in war. And because of that, you can say the world map is a bit different. Otherwise, it would have been completely different. So cryptography is very powerful, guys, and if it will be falling in wrong hands, so the people are being misusing it, then it will be a trouble for everyone. So over here in cryptography, what we are going to discuss is in cryptography, we are going to discuss about the following things. That is, we are going to discuss about encryption. We are going to discuss about encoding. We are going to discuss about hashing. We're going to discuss about digital signatures. We are going to discuss about PKI, in which we will be discussing about CA, RA, VA, and also we'll be discussing about digital signatures, digital certificates. At last, we'll be discussing about the attacks on cryptography. So starting with the first one, guys, that is encryption. Now, what is encryption, guys? Always remember, encryption is a combination of certain kind of algorithm plus certain kind of key, where algorithm is always public and key is always private. All right. Always remember this, that algorithm is a combination of two things, that is algorithm and key, where algorithm is always public and key is always private. Right. Now I'm just writing a word over here that is, okay. Tell me what I have written, guys.
JGNNQ.
Yeah, go ahead.
JGNNQ.
You're not audible, observe. Yeah, go ahead, please.
It was
Please repeat
Devendra,
it.
I think. It was Devendra.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
He said it is JGNNQ. That's
that's
whatever.
correct. That's correct, Devendra. But what I have written.
Plain text.
Okay, let me give you an idea that is this one. Now tell me what I have written.
-2.
That's
No,
correct.
for a
But
common
what?
layman or a person who sees this, it is -2. But it could be some kind of a code language which
Is it
you.
hello? It's coming out to be hello. Yeah.
That's correct. The word I have written is going two words back from J, it will be H. Two words back from G, it will be L, E, then L, then L, then O. This is hello. So over here, I have written, guys, because encryption is a combination of following words. That is, it's a combination of ciphertext, combination of algorithm and key, and it's combination of plain text. Okay. So talking about encryption, guys, encryption is basically of two types. That is, we have symmetric encryption and we have asymmetric encryption. So can anyone tell me what is symmetric encryption?
Same key is used to encrypt
Symmet
and decrypt.
right.
Okay.
Asymmetric, it is public-private key combination.
Correct. So symmetric encryption is an encryption in which you'll be using the same key for encryption as well as decryption. So example of symmetric encryptions can be AES, have DES, we have triple DES, triple DES. Along with that, we have, you can say, two fish and we have blowfish. These are what? These are the example of symmetric encryption. We'll be discussing asymmetric later on. Now, guys, symmetric encryption advantage is that it's very, very fast. Very fast. But with advantages come disadvantages also. So what is the disadvantage of asymmetric encryption is that it's very, very weak. Very weak. Now, today I'm going to explain you why it's weak. So all of you, please pay attention. All right. I'm explaining it using a figure. So please pay attention. And if you'll not be getting it, please let me know. This is computer A, this is computer B. Computer A is far apart in India and computer B is somewhere in US, let's suppose. Okay. Now, since we are talking about symmetric encryption, so symmetric encryption, we have what? We have public key of A. All right. We have public key of A. Wait a minute. Public key of A. And B computer is having its own set of public key, that is public key of B. Right. Now, guys, whenever communication between two computers starts, their keys, that is public key, get shared between them. All right. So computer A will be sharing its public key with B. So computer A public key will be shared with computer B, and computer B public key will be shared with computer A. All right. Now, guys, computer A wants to send a message to computer B, that is encrypted message, and let the message is hello. So computer A wants to send hello to computer B. So what computer A will be doing is he'll be writing the message and then he will be doing what? He will be encrypting this message. All right. He will be encrypting this message with the public key of B. Okay. This message will be transferred and B will be opening it and it will be seen. But as I told you, symmetric encryption is very weak. The reason is, guys, over here, how these two computers are communicating, tell me. A is in India, B is in US. How they are communicating? Using the internet,
Internet, sir.
correct?
Internet, yeah.
And as I told you in the beginning also many times, guys, internet is considered as the very weak mode of communication because it's not secure at all. So over here, guys, let's suppose over the internet, all right, Saishu is our attacker and Saishu is sitting. So Saishu can do what? Using the tools like Wireshark, Olasoft, Saishu will be doing what? He will be capturing the packets traveling over the network. And when Shayushu captured the packet, Now, so you should have the information about the public key of A because it's traveling over the network. It's having public key of B, right? And so she's also having the information about the encrypted message. Now, what Sayushu can do, guys? He can use any of the public keys and he can decrypt this message, right? Because he have both the keys with him. Yes or no? This is the reason symmetric encryption is considered very, very weak. Although it's very fast because one key will be used for encryption and decryption, but if in terms of security, it's very weak. It's clear to everyone or not? Why it's weak? This figure is clear to everyone.
Yes.
Is it clear, guys? All
Yeah,
right.
just one here, sir. So when we send it over the network, if it is HTTPS, it is the keys are already encrypted and no one can see it, right? Or
Actually, we are talking about symmetric encryption. We are not talking about the combination of symmetric and asymmetric. What happens nowadays is we are using combination of symmetric and asymmetric encryption in terms of digital certificate. We are just discussing symmetric now. Then I'll be telling you asymmetric. And then I'll be telling you what are digital certificates.
okay, here we are considering only the HTTP. It's
Yeah, we
applying
are
now.
considering only symmetric encryption, in which we are having only a public key.
Okay.
So please take the screenshot, all of you. Yeah, all of you, please take the screenshot.
Would you mind explaining this again, like, how asymmetric is, like, working on the internet? So
Should we call it a secret key than the public key? Because that would be more appropriate.
Actually, we call it public key because public means it's visible to everyone. Public means public. Likewise, algorithm, if I'll be asking you to check and go to internet and check for algorithm that is AES, you'll be able to get it because it's public. But if I'll be asking you to get the key, you'll never get it because it's private.
Right. So key would be secret key, right?
Correct. Key is the key factor in cryptography. Have you taken the screenshot, guys? Let's discuss about asymmetric then. Done? Yes, no, maybe.
sir, we have taken it.
Hello. Okay. Now talking about asymmetric encryption, guys. Now, asymmetric encryption is an encryption in which we have two pair of keys, right? That is, we have one for encryption and one for decryption. So example of asymmetric encryption includes we have RSA algorithm, we have elliptic curve, we have, you can say, Diffie-Hellman. These are the example of your asymmetric encryption. In this, we are having two pair of keys. Now I'm going to explain that to you. So all of you please pay attention. All right, again.